Just tell everybody I'm moving on to YouTube, guys. Let me just go and post a couple of notices on the... Yeah, Twitch is just being absolutely abysmal this morning, so I've had to come off Twitch and move over onto Facebook. You just keep... Right, let's... I don't know, it might be my internet that's the problem, because this is slow as man. I currently have no faith in my own internet here, so I might have to take the whole thing offline again and just record the stream. I'm on speed test website here and it's just giving me nothing. Yeah, I'm getting like 2 megabytes a second download speed. According to Sky, I'm getting 156, but that's absolute BS because it really isn't. Upload speed is 1.3, 1.6. Oh, 2.7. 2.7. Absolutely fantastic. What absolute nonsense. That's terrible. Okay guys, this might be an absolute fail, so Hey Rich, you back, mate? Yeah, I have a feeling, my friend, I might end up having to abandon this one too. It's just lagging like no one's business. I'll carry on sculpting, I'll do what I can. It's recording anyway, so I can. It's not affecting my sculpting, it's just affecting the actual broadcast of it. So I might have to get on the phone and kick Sky's arse later about it. So I've gone onto my Sky broadband checker and it says you've got 156 megabyte download speed and whatever upload speed. And then when I run it on Ookla, it says I've got 1.3 or something like that. Oh my god. I feel like this whole thing's just trying to piss me off today. Okay, so Rich, we've got. Let me drag the picture down. So this is the character I'm working on from Ascendia. So I did the last week on stream. I did, well, I say on stream. I did an hour of stream, and then nobody tuned in. So I took it offline and I finished them and recorded it and uploaded the recording. So this is the third of the 4 characters I've got to do for the player characters. So what I'm doing is I've taken the original female character, which is this one that I made. So she was the one I did on did last week off stream. So she's finished. I've taken the base model of her, which basically I'm modifying and updating and correcting slowly to turn it into the new one. So we're going to go from that into, you can see from the feet up it's starting to take shape. Let me just lose those feet. So yeah, so what I'm doing now, just going to go and update the coat basically. Going to do a little loop around here. Inflate that because what I was about to do is not working. Just do a Dynamesh and polish. In fact, let's just lower the resolution a little bit lower. There you go, Dynamesh and polish. And then I'm just going to, oops. I've still got to do that, yeah. Cheers, mate. This is for Ascendia. You know Chris at Cursed Empire. So Ascendia is one of the game systems that he's. I'm not going to say he's made it because it's made by a chap called Philip Kell. So Chris has like adopted it. So Philip came to him with a nice game concept, and Chris, as far as I understand it, kind of went, that would fit brilliantly into Cursed Empire. Let's make it a Thargos game and make it part of the universe. And now it's part of the universe. It's getting all the classic Chris treatments. It's getting all the beautiful artwork by Chris's team of artists. It's getting all the miniatures by me. It's getting all the kind of stuff Chris normally does when he's working on a project. So yeah, basically he's giving it his all again. So Philip is a lucky man. And Chris has got a top-notch systems, the dream team, if you like. Now she doesn't have it on the drawing necessarily, but I'm going to just do the same on both sides because it's easier that way. Yeah, we've got some nice stuff going on, so it's nice to be a part of it. How about you, Rich? How was your weekend? Get up to anything nice? I'm just going to mask these bits off here because I feel like they don't need to come out of touch. Yeah, I wasn't going to be streaming today. The original plan was I was going to head into Birmingham, a few agencies for supply teaching. So we were going to go and register an agency, but then they basically turned around and went, "Oh, I'm sorry, we're not in today." The guy she was supposed to be seeing. It's like, did you not know that before this morning? Really? So yeah, so they bailed last minute, so we're not going into Birmingham now. So I was going to do this stream tomorrow, but brought it forward a day instead. Bless you, mate. You missing doggo? It doesn't, mate. No, the whole thing with the agencies as well. I mean, I used to work in recruitment agencies, so I know what the people who work in them are like. And for the most part, most of them are very like self-serving and kind of like, you know, they're in it for the commission and all that kind of stuff. And they don't really care about you as a candidate. They just want to kind of like put your bum on a seat and get some money for you. So yeah, this guy's not. He's not starting us off on the best foot, I don't think. A couple of other agencies have been much better, but there's so many hoops to jump through. It's ridiculous. Like they all want like you know, a million different documents from you to prove that you're a, you know, a UK resident. But they want electric bills, they want gas bills, but they've all got to be in your name. And most of these things are in my name, so I set them all up. So none of the bills are in Hayley's name, which is a fail. And the only one that is a council tax bill. And some of them will accept the council tax bill, but obviously because you only get it once a year, some of them are like, oh, it's got to be within 3 months. So, you know, we have the council tax bill in like April or whatever. Obviously you can only use that until like, what's that, April, May, June. You probably only use it as far as July for some of these agencies. It's like, well, why put it in there if you can't use it like all year round? Yeah, it's just a faff, mate. Oh my god, 7 dogs to 4 in the space of 6 months. Oh, bless you, dude. Yeah, I bet it feels like empty now, doesn't it? Are you going to be replenishing the dog population, or are you going to be kind of just keeping it like low key now, or what's the plan? Mabel's sleeping under my desk right now. She's calm for the moment, but she's been a nightmare last night. You know, I can't get on with that. I've only just realised it's happening. There's like a 30-second delay between what I'm doing and what you're doing. So by the time you've heard me speak, 30 seconds have passed in real life. You're responding to a conversation I had 30 seconds ago. I'm reading your comments, replying to your comments. But whilst I'm replying to your comments, you're replying to the thing that I've just said, which I said 30 seconds earlier. It's like, remember when you had conversations with people in Australia or America or something like that in the old days, and there was a huge time lag. You younger people won't remember that, but right, so bless you, mate. Yeah, see, Mabel, like, obviously she's a recent addition to the family, and sometimes I could kill her with my own bare hands, but I couldn't do without her either, though. Do you know what I mean? Like this morning, 6 o'clock, she's just barking her head off, and you're sitting there kind of going, I'm gonna come down here, throttle you in a minute, Mabel. Be quiet. Get out. Be quiet. Stop barking. And then you feel with like resentment for a brief period of time, because she's like, you know, waking everybody up and causing problems. But then you can't help but just give her a cuddle. Do you know what I mean? How'd you get over it, man? How'd you stop them barking in the middle of the night at nothing? Because it's the one massive like issue we've got with her. Everything else I can live with, do you know what I mean? Everything else we can take in a stride and we can deal with it. But like these late night, you know, 2 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock, whatever it is, just barking her head off. All the kind of the things are saying, oh, you know, reward the good behaviour and ignore the barking, but you can't do that at 2 o'clock in the morning or 4 o'clock in the morning when everybody's in bed and she's waking the whole house up. See, I don't know where to go with it, because obviously we can deal with some aspects of it. Let's leave these buttons, they're not needed. Oh, dude, yes. Yeah, as you say, you know, you it's not the same, is it, if they're not there? Like, we have the sister-in-law comes and takes Mabel out for a walk on a Sunday usually. Calls it Sunday Fun Day. She comes and takes her to a walk for a park. It's mostly because she wants to get out and about herself, like, and obviously it's a good excuse to spend a bit of time with the dog. So she takes her out, and she'll have like a two-hour walk on a Sunday night, sometimes on a Monday as well. But yeah, the whole time when she's gone, then everything just feels weird. It's like when the kids aren't here, you know, when you've got the kids off at a play date and you realise they're not in the house. You're like, oh, it's quiet, isn't it? Because the kids aren't here. If you ever have the kids, ever get rid of the kids and the dog at the same time, it's like, whoa, this don't feel right. Well, she never. The annoying thing is she never used to do it. It's like it's a recent thing, like within the last month or so, I'd say. She used to sleep through the night. She'd go into a crate. She'd lie in there in the night. She'd cozy up and get herself all snugged in, and then she'd be waking up in the morning about 6:30, 7:15, barking, and we'd get up anyway. We'd be getting up anyway then, and it'd be like, you know, it's no drama. But yeah, now she's like, for whatever reason, she's just started like barking her head off at nothing. There's nothing prompting it or whatever else, and like you can't tell her to stop. You can't, like, you know, there's nothing to reward. You can't reward the good behaviour because there isn't any good behaviours. But it's frustrating because she didn't do it before, so it's not like something she's always done. It's hard to get your head around a little bit. Now she's got this like tatted skirt. Let me just do a quick save. Oh, cheers, dude. Yeah, so any tips or advice would be appreciated. We're at that point where you're kind of going like, literally, what do we do? And it's hard as well, because like when it's happening, it's like, you know, we're all running on fumes because it's like so late at night and stuff, and you haven't got the patience to deal with it properly and things. It's not the best time for something like that to kind of kick off, is it? I mean, it's never a good time for a dog to start barking while everybody's asleep or whatever. When it's like, you know, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning or whatever. Double tough to deal with. Right, so we've got a tatted skirt here. Yeah, it's a shame for Mabel then as well, because she lets herself down with like the behaviour then. So far then, YouTube appears to be a bit more stable than Twitch, which basically fuels my theory that Twitch is just crap. So I think I'm just going to run all my live streams on YouTube now. This feels like the right thing to be doing. Lazy mouse off, bump up the intensity, turn down the draw size, let's get some little holes in there, little tatters. Just smooth out the bit we can see. Oh, what happens when we tell it to stop? Nothing, mate. So we're trying to work on the command word quiet. So rather than muddling it up and talking to her and conversing with her and whatever else, we're trying to use the single command of quiet. So that's the trigger we're trying to use. And she just sits there and barks at you, and like you walk up to her and say, "Quiet." We've even got a penny bottle. There was a training video we saw about using a bottle full of a bottle with a handful of pennies in it, and you shake that at them. So we shake the penny bottle, say quiet, and then she just doesn't. She'll react to it, she'll respond to it, but the minute we turn around and walk away again, she starts barking. So she'll stop temporarily, but the minute we try and head back to bed or do whatever we're doing, the barking resumes. So she's not taking it as a what's the word? She's just kind of like it's a short-term fix for like 30 seconds, and then she's back at it again. Yeah, she's just not taking the cue as we need her to. We keep watching that what's that program with that Brummy bloke who goes and sorts out the dog's behaviour. Can't think what his name is now. But yeah, the other part of it as well, which is weird, like everybody says about like rewarding them for the good behaviour. So we've got like a load of treats and stuff ready for her, and then when she's behaving herself and she's not barking, we give her a treat. Because she's in a crate, she won't eat it. She sits on it and saves it, and then the minute we let her out of the crate in the morning, the first thing she'll do is grab a treat and run off and go and sit and eat it. So she saves it and waits, so it's not even like she's not even taking the reward as a reward, if that makes sense. You're trying to kind of give her something as a kind of a, you know, well done, you stop barking, and she's not getting the hint. Oh god, right. Alright, so let's stop using the penny bottle then. That was a recent video we saw on that one as well. That was like, we were watching like dog training videos about kind of stopping and barking and whatever, and that was the advice that was on that video. It was only like within the last 3 months or so. But it did work on her to start with. But then, like I say, the longer it's gone on, the less she responds to it now. I suppose this is the problem with getting advice off YouTube, isn't it? Anybody can make a YouTube channel and like tout themselves as an expert. You start taking advice off YouTubers, and you could be in a world of pain, can't you? Lesson learned, I think. Let's do a quick save. Yeah, I mean the problem from our point of view as well, though, is we want her to be like catching up on her sleep and stuff as well, because there's no way she sleeps. Like they say, don't say quiet when she's barking. What do we say? Oh, it's not even that, is it? It's like they just tout it like it's a. There's a guy I watch on the line a lot now, and he's an American bloke, and he does it's called Side Hustle Reviews. I don't know if you've seen him, like, but he basically goes through all these like side hustles, because he basically found himself in a position where his car was broke and he needed to get some fix done, and he didn't have the money to repair it, so he was like, what can I do as a side hustle to put a bit more money in my pocket? And he's kind of done so many of them. He started reviewing them and giving you like actual literal feedback on it. Okay, so command word when she's doing right. So when she's actually being quiet, we say quiet, and then we reward her. I mean, that makes sense. But yeah, this side hustle review guy, what he was doing and what he's been saying is like all of these side hustle people online, when you look at them, and they're kind of going on about, oh, you can make, you know, $20,000 a day doing this or whatever. Like they're all just again doing it for the clicks and stuff, because they never tell you. They're all trying to sell like a course or a book or something like that, and they'll be like, oh, the secrets to my success as a Amazon affiliate salesperson or whatever it is, or, you know, for Amazon affiliate sales, the secret to my success in this PDF for $50. And you buy the book, and all it does is it tells you how to set up an Amazon affiliates account. What they're missing, or what they don't tell you, is that like your ability to earn money on that is dependent upon your ability to drive traffic to it and actually generate the sales for people. So it's never as easy as they make out. But they're only interested in actually selling their book to you, or selling their ebook or their training course or whatever it is. They're not interested in providing you with quality content and making sure you're set up and you've got all of the actual information, because they actually haven't done it themselves. They've just gain the information online, and they set them up as a thing, trying to establish themselves as an expert. And then, you know, you're lucky if you make a few. I mean, I set myself up with Amazon affiliates, and I don't know if you've ever tried it. I had various links, I had various videos, I had various kind of blog posts and stuff, and ultimately what happened is Amazon expect you or require you to make a certain amount of sales in a period of time, and I just wasn't. I haven't got the web traffic to kind of generate the kind of volume of sales that they're expecting you to do. And when you're trying to do it on, like, you know, quite niche products like D&D books or whatever else, which is where I was kind of aiming at, I was trying to use it to like supplement the things I was talking about online and stuff. So yeah, by the time I've done all of that and I've got all my page and everything else, there's just no there's just not the volume of clicks that they expect you to have to get your affiliate status, or to keep your affiliate status rather. So they keep closing my account. So extract that. Let's see what he's saying. So you see it all the time. So by saying a command word when she's doing a thing you don't want, they start to associate the behaviour with the word. Okay, so we say quiet and she's associating that with like an instruction to bark. So people say heel when a dog is pulling, so you're teaching the dog to pull when you say heel. Got you? So when Farah trains a quiet command by first teaching them to bark on cue, then when they stop, say quiet and reward them. Okay, so you don't say the word to get them to do it, you mark the behaviour word and reinforce it with it. Okay, right, got you. Then eventually when they fully understand what you want, you can get to the point where the word will work to stop them thinking, okay, I think that makes sense. So let me just I'm going to snap this and photograph it and show it to Hayley. She'll be glad of that, I think. Yeah, I think she's a cockapoo, and from what we've seen, I mean, Hayley's in loads of cockapoo groups, and separation anxiety seems to be a massive issue for them. So like, there's times when we've been like with her and like we've fell asleep on the sofa and stuff, and she's been like, you know, she's been asleep at our feet in the living room until like 4 o'clock in the morning. And then we wake up and we go and what is this? As bad as it looks at the moment, this stream quality. Yeah, so we go and fall asleep, and then when we wake up and put her to bed, she'll start barking, but she'll have slept at our feet quietly the whole time. But the second we try and like leave her to go to bed, that's when we have the issues and the drama happens. So she doesn't deal well with us not being there, and even to the point where, like, if I go to the toilet and I, you know, like today while I've got it here with me and I'm in the house on my own, if I stop for a toilet break, I'm going to go up to the house, I'm going to stop her from going upstairs, so she's going to be locked in the living room away from me. She's got her toys there, we'll have some music on for her, we'll have all the kind of stuff to engage, and she'll have the back door open so she can come and go and play in the garden and stuff, but she'll sit at the kitchen door whimpering and yelping and barking until I come back, and that's just kind of how she is all the time. And obviously you take it as kind of quite a common thing with this particular breed of dogs. So yeah, it's a bit of a funny one. I don't know how to really break it. And we see all these people in the groups going, "Oh, I haven't left the house in 8 months because my dog can't stand to be left alone." It's like, no, you can't do that. That's not an option. So, there's no way we're like staying housebound for you know, forever until we manage to get the dog to solve this separation anxiety thing. So we just need to break the cycle with her and just get her out, snap her out of it ideally. But you see people going, "Oh, we've managed 32 seconds of separation." Yeah, I don't really want to get into that if I can help it though. I think it's that whole thing. We've got like, she's around us all day long because she's at your feet all the time. It's like that's the bedroom's like the one place where she doesn't go. I mean, yet at least. I have a feeling that is going to be the long-term fix. Do your dogs sleep up in the bedroom? Yeah, that is what we keep seeing on all these like not YouTube, but all the dog groups. I say people are kind of going, "Oh, we've left our dog alone for 34 seconds." Like, woohoo! Like, it's taken us 6 months to get there. It's like, no, we're not. we ain't playing that game. That's how it's frustrating with Mabel, because she literally was doing like an entire night quietly without any issues, without any drama, and then all of a sudden it's like it's now a problem. Yeah, all weird, man. Well, I feel like I'm nearly there with this one, so let's sort out the belt. A security dog handler. Well, I suppose, yeah. Not sure Mabel would be much help in a crisis though. I think she'd roll over and want a belly rubbed and grab her toys and expect a snack, I think. Yeah, I mean that makes a lot of sense. If that's what you're using your dogs for security, or as part of your security thing, then absolutely. Let's just check this right. So it's just a belt. Have they ever bitten you? I say by accident. Have they ever bitten you while you've been like training them and stuff? Or do you have the big padded suits on and stuff? Your Labradoodle massive? Because there's a Labradoodle called Oscar. There's two of them actually. I forget what the other one's called, but one of them's called Oscar that we see regularly. Mabel loves playing with him, and he's enormous. And he's got his body clipped down, but his head's quite shaggy. And he reminds me of like the old English sheepdog I used to have called Oscar. They're about the same kind of size, absolutely enormous thing. I'm going to put a backpack on this strap here. Like a bedroll backpack, I think. I suppose if you're training them to bite, you can't hold it against them when they do what you're training them to do, can you? Oh, nice. Through the thumb. So I'm never sure what a standard poodle size is actually, because I see so many like poodles and all these cockapoos and labradoodles and stuff, and some of them are massive and some of them are tiny. And like, is a proper poodle like a big poodle, or is it like the medium-sized thing? Or there's a little white one we see called Daisy all the time. She's a proper poodle, but I don't know what. She might be a toy poodle or something, but the toy poodle that was Mabel's dad looked completely different and it was bigger than that one. Yeah, the big ones. Ah, minion toy then. Alright, so the Daisy we see in the park is possibly a mini poodle. Because the toy poodle that was Mabel's dad was like about the same size that she is now. She's like a fair bit bigger than Daisy. Okay, so we've got the strap over the shoulder, we've got the bag on the back. There's another belt which is Okay, what? So like, say we put the crate in the bedroom for a little bit then, and then we start moving it into like the hallway or something like that outside the bedroom door. That you know about that kind of thing? Okay. I'll have a chat with Hayley later and see if we can convince her to allow her up in the bedroom. Because I think at the moment, like I say, we've got to do something because we can't just keep on as we are and leave it unaddressed because it's just crazy. But and it seems to be getting worse, so we need to like, properly deal with it. I don't want to do it in a way that's going to make her worse. Do you know what I mean? Okay. Couple of buckles on the leg straps and then the pocket here. So yours used to sleep in their own beds on the floor in the bedroom, and as they got older, they just migrated into the bed. Have you got like an epic sized bed then? Have you got like 7 dogs up there with you? Or had 7 dogs with you? A normal double with no space in it. Yeah, because we've just got a normal double bed, and then on the weekends in the morning, not so much anymore now because one of us tends to be up with Mabel like early. But you used to have like the before we had the dog, we'd have both of the kids would come into our bed on a Saturday morning or Sunday morning if we didn't have anything, if we were having like a lazy day and didn't have anything to do, and they'd come into bed and they'd watch the TV and stuff like that with us. And yeah, it's one of those funny things, isn't it, where there's barely enough room for the four of you, but you're all going to try and squeeze in there because, a bit of family time together. If we had a dog to that, you got no hope. There's just no room in there. Okay, right. I think I'm going to call her pretty much done. I'm not going to give her a weapon because when I spoke to Chris about it, we were talking about how there's going to be an alternative version of each. So I am actually doing a version of each of the models where they're going to have a more action pose with a weapon. Oh, face, that's the last thing. Her face is slimmer. Make her chin a touch longer. Nose thinner. Thank you, Rich. Sometimes you have this weird anomaly where you can't just sculpt on something because there's this interference happening from another part of the model. and I'm experiencing it just so I've got to hide the face. Saved it. So I thought this was one of those situations ZBrush was just going to kind of completely crap out on me then, because it's one of those things. It does something it shouldn't do, and then when you try and recover from it and correct it, it just goes. Computer says no. Right. Okay, so right, I've got some forming for the hair now, the kind of the shape I want, so now let's get to the all cracks brush. Let's just get some lazy mouse on, let's bump the intensity down a touch, let's get some stranding going on. It comes in off the hairline. I'm just going to do some sweeping bits like that just to get some texture in there, break up the straight hairline. Inverting it now. And I'm doing inverted and kind of normal strokes here. Oh, a little happy birthday shout out to Andrew as well. Andrew's one of my Patreon subscribers, and he's very much into his D&D cartoon series. He's been working on a bit of a project he's asked me for some assistance with, where I think Warduke was one of the ones that kind of arose from that kind of, and Northlord, sorry, from that request. So we've got a new sculpt coming this month for the D&D Patreon, which is Little Bobby the Barbarian. And there's two versions. One of them's got a bit of a story to it. But basically, as I understand it, the kids come back into the D&D realm as grown-ups. But somewhere along the line, Bobby's become like a commando or something like that, and G.I. Joe. So he's got some kind of like G.I. Joe kind of elements. He's got some of the Bobby the Barbarian elements. He's got Northlord's shield because he's kicked Northlord's ass and he's taking it off him and whatever else. And there's all these kind of cool little features in there. But he's going to be a little bit, you know, he's going to be a barbarian with a bullet bandolier and an AK-47 on his back. I think so. It's a little bit of an odd one. But I promise you guys, we'll put some stats in there for him so you can use him and kind of give him context. Like it's a dimensional traveller kind of Bobby, if you like. It is, it's nuts, but you know me, I can't say no to an unusual request, can I? As you well know, Rich. Okay, there's a hair done, face is done. Right, there we go. So, only thing to do now is poser. Right, so I'm going to adjust the hairline down. It feels like a hairline's a bit too far back up. Sweet, right, there we go. Right, let's duplicate her. Let's save this first, duplicate her and get her posed. And then we're getting on for... Yeah, that was it, mate. The actor bard wearing Crocs. That was one of my favourite requests, by the way, that was. Because I know you didn't specifically request Count Olaf, but as soon as you requested it, I couldn't go anywhere else with it. Right, so I'm just merging all of the parts. I think that's all of them. Oh yeah, halfling on a Shetland pony. That was a nice one as well. I think Olaf was still my favourite of the two though, because my nipper had been watching the Lemony Snicket TV series. Which, if anybody hasn't watched that, I'd definitely recommend it for viewing, even if you're not a child. But in fact, it's quite dark for kids. It's very dark. Still shows up on the kids' profiles though. Somebody dies in like every episode, pretty much. But yeah, it's fine for them. They get on with it nice. The kids watching it, I mean, not the murders and. Is your main character? Isn't your main campaign? Is he your main character, or are you just NPCing him? Ah, that's what's missing. I knew it did look right. Guessing that. Oh yes, look at that. I mean, I guessed it wrong on one, but and we're going to start with legs, I think. So she's auto grouped already because I've not long done that. So this leg, I'm just going to position that up at the hip. I'm going to turn it slightly, bend it backwards, bring it in, hoe a touch just to bend it down. There you go, minimal posing but effective. And then the other leg, I'm just going to bring it in. So capture that. Should have rotated first, but let me just do that a touch here. Oh, Pedro, I'm glad to hear that. And if you've got any questions you want to ask during the way through, just please do feel free to fire them in. What you'll find is everything I'm doing with like the simplest possible minimal toolbox. So I'm not using like lots of different brushes, I'm not using lots of damps or any of that. Oh dear. Got that a bit wrong. Yeah, I'm not using texture stamps, I don't use you know, tons of brushes, loads of insert brushes. Everything I've done in here with just simple clay build up, orb cracks, trim dynamic, H polish. Basically this little set here, snake, hook and move. So this little cluster of tools just on my screen here, they're pretty much all overused. Occasionally I do make my own insert brush if it's something I'm doing, like for example chainmail. When I did chainmail a lot, I made the brush for that. But yeah, for the most part I will always try and sculpt everything rather than trying to do it all with insert meshes, because it has a much more like organic feel. Why have I got that? Everything feels very manufactured if you start trying to use all the texture stamps and things, I find. Like fur as an example. I'll be sculpting fur on the next model, but when you sculpt fur, if you use like the fur texture stamps that everybody uses, your stuff doesn't stand out, and people start to spot, well I particularly do, but you start to spot the texture stamps and recognise what the ones that people are using, and it just takes away from your own individual kind of signature style, if you like. I think a lot of people who see my stuff will recognise it as my stuff. I hope so anyway. Now I need a hand in a fist shape. That's not it. Now I can make not finding it's a hand base, hand fist female, hand fist grip, hand pointing, hand relaxed and sword grip, hand fist new. This is probably a male hand, so that's a grip anyway. That's not what I was after. You always struggle with the posing step if you don't sculpt clothes before or after the story. Yeah, so what I would say is things like sleeves and things like that you can do that are going to follow the form of the body, then you can sculpt them while it's in T-pose. But anything, like if you're doing a cloak, for example, like a cape, and it's going to have some like movement and flow to it, then you probably want to do that later. The only reason I've done so much of the clothes on these at this stage is because the poses are fairly flat and if I put the cape on like flat in a neutral pose, if I pose it in a neutral pose, it's going to look weird, and it needs to conform around like the body shape as well. So there's reasons to kind of do things later on, and again it depends how you model them. If you're going to model it using the like the physics, like the cloth physics or the ZBrush now, then you can do that, but you're going to need the model posed before you do it. But I don't think it produces a very good result for a miniature. For a larger model or something like that, you might be fine. But if you're talking miniatures, then really you want to kind of sculpt it and stylize it and make sure it's thick enough as well, because that's the one thing that's always going to catch you out. Right, let me find his hand. Female. I should use the same convention really, like hand female or female hand or something like that. Fist one maybe? Nope, that's not it. Hand fist grip female. We'll use that one for now. No, that was one I just popped. Oh, do you know what? I'm just going to show you. I'm just going to pose it normally. I'll show you how to do it with the. Okay, so basically, I'm going to isolate the hand. I'm going to remove it from the rest of the mesh. This is a hand insert brush, which I picked up from cubebrush.co, and it's called IMM Hand Block. It's not very expensive. There are lots and lots and lots of hand variations in there, which is really, really useful. And importantly, because every digit and every part of the hand is a separate group, it makes it really easy to isolate the bits you need for the posing. Now this is just a time-consuming process. This is the point when I'm kind of thinking I need a library of posed hands ready to go. And one day I need to just sit down and spend as much as it's going to kill me to do it, because I hate doing them, but I just need to do it. Let's just take that off again, split that again, let's put that back onto the mesh. Okay, so now we're on the hands. We've got the hands isolated. You can see what I'm talking about the separate polygroups. So we want this first one to be like a fist. So let me just show you what we're aiming for. So here. Okay, so this is the first hand that we're going for. And then the second one we're just going to go for a kind of relaxed kind of pose like that. So first hand, I'm going to isolate that digit. Okay, and then position it to there. I'm going to bend it back a touch. I'll mask that digit. I'm saying digit, I don't mean digit, I mean section. Or whatever you call the part of the finger. You don't want to be tempted to do all of them in one go because it often doesn't work and can look weird. Oh yeah, don't forget to do that. When you're posing, make sure you check both directions. So just one at a time, individually masking off each bit, moving it onto the next joint and then posing around. See, it's not a hugely time consuming task, but it's just like, you know, when you've done it a million times, you know you should have just saved the bit you wanted. Saved yourself some effort. It's a time saving opportunity is what this is. So always take this part of the hand when you're doing a thumb, don't just leave it where it is because it wouldn't in real life. I'll inflate that a touch and that will give me the effect I'm after, I think. Now for this one I'm just going to go, it's got to be relaxed, so going to move the thumb a touch on this one. So Pedro, what is it you're making then? They are absolutely brilliant. The time I spent making hands before this, and they were always okay, but they were clunky looking. Now these aren't perfect, especially not for miniatures, because you do need to like inflate them a touch, and you have to remember that when you're dealing with a 32mm or a 28mm miniature, the hands are quite like the fingers are going to be very thin, especially on female hands. They're going to be a bit more delicate, so you do need to exaggerate a lot, and it is just worth remembering that. And having the gaps between the fingers, as much as it's more realistic for the pose, it's not ideal for like printing and casting and like everything else, because you will end up with the whole like a finger snapping off, because you haven't got a strong enough connection in between. So if you can join the fingers together in the middle, keep them defined and distinct, but join them, and you'll end up with a better result. Alright, we've got one relaxed hand. I'm just going to come down here, I'm just going to group masked down. Do you know what, I'm going to export these first. Export. Hand, female, and fist. It's not really a fist, but there you go. Right, so now that I've done that, I'm going to turn the Dynamesh down to about 400. Put polish on and Dynamesh, and now I can just use Sculptures Pro mode to just tidy up the joints. Just use the smoothing on it, it'll just smooth out the bits. And now I'm going to just inflate just a touch. And I want to kind of close the holes up. So on the inside of this hand here, I'm going to also just get in there with the inflation tool. And on that one, I don't think I need to, but I'm going to just run it down here, just across here, just to give that a little bit more reinforcement, just straight between the fingers, just to make them connect at the top a bit more. Actually, not a lot, she's got chubby hands in the model, but the actual finished piece should be sound. Let's get some creases in. the auto save go through so it doesn't kill me later. Pedro, I don't know if you've been using ZBrush very long, but if you do for any amount of time, you're going to experience all the wonderful random crashes that we have all the time. It's just a stress you want to avoid, so. Right, now, this is a little bit artificial. What I do is want to close a bit of this gap up here. Anywhere you get the opportunity to do this kind of thing, you should. Okay. Oh no, do you know what? Let me see if I can just post my Discord link to you, because it might be that you might just want to hop over onto Discord and you can fire your questions up there as well. Working very well at the moment. Don't know why. Well, I'll probably be live streaming on Wednesday again. That is not right. There we go. Right, so if I pop this into the YouTube stream. Right, let me just fling that in there. Right, there you go, Pedro. So you've got my Discord server link there. That's a 7-day validity on it. So if you don't get around to it today, you can pick it up. Or if anybody else wants to join and sign up as well, we can hop on the server. You can show us your work, see what you're working on. Oh, there we go, straight in. There you go, Git. You're in. Okay, so let's get the pose finished on her. So we've just got to drop the other arm down by her side and she's done. It's taking about a minute. be a little longer. I should have merged the things through, but I'll just position it afterwards, it's fine. Oh, what happened there then? The backpack's unhighlighted. Haven't spotted that. Catch the mistakes as early as you can. Yeah, do you know, Pedro, there is a channel on the server. Let me show you. So we have a channel down here. Creative under miniatures. So we've got sculpting and modelling. There you go. So in there's actually the speed sculpt of the previous set of these models that I sculpted. So it was 6 hours of sculpting, but it's condensed into like a 25-minute video. And you'll see 2 models being made, and there's no dialogue over it, but you'll see what I'm doing at least. But yeah, if you want to post anything you're working on, any models you sculpted, I'll be posting stuff that I'm working on in there as well. If you've got any questions about anything, fire them into this one here. But the main bit of advice I'd give you is print and paint your models. So one of the things that will catch you out is, and I've used the analogy many a time, but like imagine being a chef and never tasting your own food. So you don't know it's fit for consumption for the customer if you're not physically using it. There's some really talented sculptors in the group, and mini painters and DMs and gamers and everything else. So yeah, just speak to people in there, and they'll you'll get some positive response from people. I've left the other bloody wrist there. Right, let's turn that. Right, I'm going to try and pose it so the fingers and the thumb are touching the. I was going to say touching the cloth then, but that's just going to spark giggles and childishness, isn't it? Touching the coat. There we go. Let's just use the tool there, just bring that in. I'm going to close that gap. And sculpt this sleeve. So yeah, so try and get in the habit of printing and painting your own models, because you'll have a better appreciation of the kind of the trials and tribulations of the end consumer. And it will help you step up from being like one of the mediocre sculptors out there who's kind of like just cranking out models, to being somebody who actually understands what you're doing. It's like I've got 35 years of like painting miniatures as kind of background, and then I've been sculpting miniatures for like 20 odd years. But I started doing like green stuff and putty and all that kind of thing. So like my background is like 100% miniatures. A lot of guys coming into it have come in from like video games design, or they've self-taught and whatever else. And if you haven't got that founding in miniatures, but you're trying to make miniatures, there's an element of misunderstanding. An element of understanding that you're going to be lacking. So you need to make sure you close that gap as fast as you can, and that will help you stand out from the crowd then. What happened here? Right, so she is finished. And the only thing I'm going to do turn this down, turn up my draw size. I'm just going to put a little bit of movement in the cloak. Pedro, all it will take you, mate, is practice. So it doesn't happen overnight, but when I first started, I was sculpting. Well, sorry, when I first started doing it full time back in 2019, it used to take me about 10 or 12 hours to make a model. And I started this one 3 hours ago, I think. Yeah, I started this model 3 hours ago, and it's finished now. But obviously you don't want to rush into trying to get speed up. You've got to try and get your technique right, and then obviously you'll get the speed will come with time. The more you do it, the more efficient you become. Oh, let me have a little look then. Ah, see, that's not bad at all. Let me just show you guys. There we go. You've done a good job with the chainmail on that one. So I'm trying to look at it on a bigger screen. The only thing I'd say just to watch out for, you see your stitching around the hem here. Your stitching's a bit fine. Everything else looks okay. Oh, and also, sorry, I've just noticed something else. It looks like you've got a gap around the sword handle. You want to get that filled, and also around the thumb here. You want to fill that in, and it'll just make the whole connection a little bit more sturdy. But the main bits are all good. But yeah, your stitching, just thicken the stitching up quite significantly. So you want your stitches to almost be as thick as a finger, and then you'll be able to paint them properly. Then they're representative of stitching. Remember, they're not actual stitches. So you haven't got to worry about it holding the garment together and kind of whatnot. You just want to make sure it's it looks like you want it to look when you paint it. Okay, so let's just sort that out. Oops. There we go. Yeah, you've got to try your own food. Yeah, that's it. Slam it on the printer, get it printed out, and then get some paint on it and see how you get on. So I don't think you'll find there'll be too many issues, but I think when you try and paint the stitches, you'll realise what I'm talking about. Right, I don't like that. It does this sometimes. If you try and use move topological, it makes a mess of your model. Oh, no worries. Pleasure to be able to help. Okay, right, so call her done. Sending Chris a snip of this model. So Chris is the customer who's commissioned this one, by the way. Okay, and now we're going to switch over to the male guy. But first, I'm going to take a quick 10-minute break, grab a coffee, let the dog out for a minute, and I'll be back to you guys very shortly. So let me put you on a BRB screen. There you go. Right, if you want to go and pick up anything in the store at the moment, I believe I've got a sale running. Let me just go and have a little mooch and check. Oh, I've just spotted a skeleton coming in. Very nice. You definitely want to get that one on the... Oh, that is printed by the look of it, isn't it? Oh, no, mate, I was just about to say, get it on the printer and just see how robust the arm is at the upper bone. You might need to thicken that... what's the top of the arm bone called? The bone at the top of the arm, you might need to just thicken that one up a touch. Yeah, it should be good, man. Where the bone kind of tapers in just after the elbow as it goes up, it looks like you've got quite a thin weak point there that could pose you a problem, but you might just want to thicken that upper bone up a bit. So it's about the same thickness as the leg bone probably, but I'd call that a winner. That looks like a good skelly. Right, so let's just check my discount codes. Oh, you got to get off, Rich. No worries, matey. Right, so we are going to have a little look and active codes. Order, I think it is. Oh no, you can't see the screen at the moment. There we go on. So we've got a 20% off sale at the moment. So everything on the store has got a 20% discount running. So, oh god, yeah, of course, sorry. Hang on. Sorry. I forgot I put the BRB screen on already. Yeah, so we've got at the top up here, we've got free worldwide shipping on all orders over £75. 20% off at your checkout, so basically you load your checkout up and then you'll get the 25% discount. If you spend more than £40, you can add this guy into your basket, you get him for free. And every single order of resin miniatures, we throw in at least one Lucky Dip miniature with you. So it's like some random mini out of our thing, out of our collection. Some new stuff we've added in. I don't know why it's not in the right order, but we've got Warduke, who I painted on stream the other day. He's on he's in the shop now. We've got Gideon Light Ward in the shop, and I think that's it for the new releases. The rest of them I've still got to load up, so I'm a little bit behind getting them up and running in the store. But there's tons of stuff in there now, absolutely hundreds and hundreds of models. Have a mooch, fill your boots, and I'm just going to pop you on BRB while I go grab my coffee top up and sort the dog out. So I'll be back to you guys shortly and we'll resume and do another model. Don't go away, guys. Mabel, come in, babe. Come on. Good girl. Right, hey guys. Now I'm back. I'm back briefly. I'm going to have to dip out again in a minute because my sister-in-law's coming around to take the little doggy for a walk. So I'm just going to have to just pop out and hand her over. There you go. Turn around. Lie down. Come on. Right, so okay, so number 2 we are working on this guy next. Come on, you lie down, wait for him to carry. So I'm going to actually start with the other guy. Oh, final thing I'll do on this one. So we've got all the poly groups here. We've got the first character, and we got the second one with that. I'm going to take this. I'm going to duplicate it. And I'm just going to run, without the groups on, I'm just going to run Dynamesh on it. So we're going to do it around about 440. Dynamesh the whole model. I should be able to zoom in and check it. There shouldn't be any like noticeable like deformation or tessellation around the eyes, which is the main thing, from at least about that distance. So that's actually fine. Auto group everything, and all I'm going to do, I'm just going to take the tool here and I'm just going to smooth the transition from the neck into the face. Alright, just give me 2 seconds guys, I'll be back in a second. This is my dog walk going. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Come on mate. Right guys, I'm back. Apologies for that, just had to go and hand the dog over. Right then, do I always use Dynamesh from start to finish? Often, yeah. So I don't tend to subdivide unless I need to. So like say if I put a cylinder in, if I use a cylinder in the model as a primitive, go to append cylinder. The cylinder's going to come up like that. If I Dynamesh that immediately, all of these faces get baked in. So what I do there is I'll do the divide, but you'll see obviously it's just rounded off the top. So in that case, usually it's better to just go in with the Z modeler first. Put the lines on, hold shift, do crease, edge loop complete, get that one and get that one. And now I can divide. I can smooth out the edges, but it retains the sharp edges on the cylinder. And then delete lower, and then I can Dynamesh. And now I've got a Dynameshed cylinder that's smooth. So that's the only time I ever use divisions really. Most of the time I'll sculpt directly into so I'll start with something like a sphere or something like that maybe. Hang on. Yeah, so say I start with like a sphere and I'll just sculpt and just pull it and push it to the shape I want it to be, and then sculpt it up and build it up from there. But I use Sculptress Pro mode because it creates the topology as I'm going. And the only time I ever use the Dynamesh is because I put the polish on. So I'll Dynamesh with polish on, and it will give it a nice, smooth, stylized kind of finish, without me having to go back in and actually physically spend loads of time buffing and polishing and burnishing the various parts of the model. So, but at the end of the model, I always finish with the Dynamesh. So Dynamesh creates a single solid shell. It helps to. Do you know what? I just need to get in there. I just spotted something. There's a little gap, I think. So I can just get in there with the inflate brush. I've lost a bit of a finger, so that's not. Certain areas like this, I just want it to be a little bit more. Ideally, I could have done with that being flat against there, but it's not. So I might need to just change that and just fill it in. I mean, if I'm going to fill it in, what I would do is insert mesh dart, drop a cylinder in there, a sphere in there. I'm just going to use the move brush to push it back. Yeah, it's to do with the relative size of the model. Now, I'll show you this one in a second, but the Dynamesh resolution is dependent upon the screen resolution of the actual size of the model. So, the best way of showing you is to put the floor on. Right, so we put the floor on. Look at the floor in relation to the model here. Okay, so the floor is always a fixed size. The floor is always the same size, right? Let me just Dynamesh that again. So now that I've filled the hand. Oops. I need to get up there and just fill that bit between the legs as well, because that's going to be a problem later. Inflate will do the job. If these get cast in plastic, they are going to need to be refined and polished and kind of make sure all the undercuts are gone. but for now I'll just use the inflation brush a little bit just to because if you can't get a paintbrush in there, you don't want the you need to find a way of closing the hole. Just going through, just again, just plug in some of these little cavities, making sure there's no little nooks and crannies that are going to fill with resin. This bit of the hand needs to be filled. Excuse me. Right, so I was just showing you obviously the floor size. Okay, so when we're talking floor size here, so I've got a 440 resolution on Dynamesh, and that's pretty good for a finished model. It's 2 million polys. In fact, let me just re-Dynamesh it. Yeah, just over 2 million polys for a 32mm model, which, if I'm going to try and do that, that's roughly what I want to be aiming for before I decimate the model. So I aim for about 2 to 2.5 million polys, and that means you've usually got a fairly clean surface topology, like sharp edges, everything should be nice and ready to paint. So we take this model, flip it upside down like that, and you can see the floor. And it's taking up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 squares across, give or take. And that's on 440 resolution. Now when I go to the male model I've got running on 600 resolution, in fact 1200 resolution, sorry. So I've got him on 1200 resolution, and it's 1.5 million polys. But if you look, he's barely taken up 2 squares, so he's a lot smaller. So the problem you'll have, if you run a larger model like the female one, that is much bigger in the scene, and you run that at 1200, that model's going to end up at like 40-50 million polys, which is going to probably crash your system. But if you use the 400 polys on this guy, 440, so this is 1200, we can see it's nice and clean. Let me just turn the colour off. I'll undo that, and I change this back to 440, the same as the other one was, and I run the Dynamesh on it. You can see we've just smoothed it out, lost loads of definition, and we've lost loads of detail, and the whole thing is now 203,000 polys. So to keep the detail, we re-Dynamesh at 1200. And it's perfect. Now, before you start thinking, but then your female model's 10 times bigger than the male model, we've got this ruler and base in the scene. So, if I show you this, so this is in every single scene I work on, and it's a 25mm diameter base with a 100mm ruler. And my models are in their T-pose, let's turn that off, in their T-pose state, they are 10, 20, 30, 40, so 3 mil for the base, 3 mil thickness for the base, so he's clocking in at, should be about 34, 35mm to the top of the head. So 10, 20, 30, 32mm to the eye line. 33, 34, 35. So about 35 to 36mm to the top of his head in a neutral pose. And that's a typical kind of height for an average human male. Now when we come to the female model, in the scene she's much bigger. However, she's got the exact same ruler and and base in the scene. So when I put the thing up here, we're at 10, 20, 30, 32 millimeters to the eye line, 33, 34, 30, 34, 35 millimeters to the top of the head. So when I export the model, I use the ruler as the active tool. That is set to Y equals 100 millimeters. And then when I export that to the STL, even though they're different sizes in the scene, they'll be exported at the exact same size, the exact same scale, because the ruler is my absolute definite point of reference. So it doesn't matter that the model is relatively much bigger. Like if I copy the male model here, if I copy him and I go copy, let's do that one instead. If I do copy and paste into the female scene, where is he? There he is. So relatively, he is 10 millimeters instead of 32 millimeters. So she is about 3.5 times bigger than he is. But if I scale him up to about the same size, give or take, I mean that's a little bit small, but let's say we put him there. There you go. So they're about the same size, give or take. I'd say probably that is about right for what I was after. There you go. So you've now got 3 characters, each with their... Is that the right version of her? Yep. So we've now got 3 characters, each with their own... what do you call it? Each scaled to their uniform. Okay. So that's how we work it anyway. But your best point of reference is that floor. If the model's very small in the scene, start with a small resolution like if the model's very big in the scene, start with a low resolution like about 200, and then gradually increase it, undo it, and then redo it at a slightly higher resolution until it's getting to a point where you're not losing any definition. And then once you've got your benchmark, you just need to note it down for that particular model, and it'll be relative to the base mesh that you use rather than anything else. So your default scene, if I just load a sphere in, you can see it's taking up 4 squares. You wouldn't want to dynamesh that with like a 1200 resolution or a 1000 resolution, because you're going to end up with an absolutely massive file size, and if your computer's not up to the task, you're going to end up lagging it and hanging it and possibly crashing ZBrush. So again, female base mesh, this is the one I use. I start with this model, it's already pre-scaled, it comes with the base and the ruler in the scene, which just makes, every time I sculpt a female model, it's going to work the same. And I know this is going to be about a 440 kind of resolution point, but what I can do is merge down, merge down, merge down, take the whole scene, shrink the whole thing down, and now it's probably about the same size as the male model, which means that we're going to be running it on like 1200 resolution instead. And it really doesn't make any difference, it's still going to produce the same output, it just means the numbers you're using are different. So hopefully that's a good enough explanation to kind of help you figure out where you're at. But yeah, always start low. If it looks crap, undo it, redo it with a slightly higher resolution, and basically just keep undo and redo it until you find your sweet spot, and then just make a note of what it is. Okay, so the male model, I'm going to come back to this one. I'm going to duplicate him. I'm going to call him, I can't remember, is he red or brown? Brown, isn't it? Pedro, if you go into the, do you know what? You can have this one. So go into the excuse me, go into Discord, right? Come right down to the bottom to where we've got sculpting challenges, character design challenges. Oops. So go into the character design challenges, go to February or March. So I did these as a little thing before I stopped doing my streams. So the idea of it was there would be a brief at the beginning where you'd have. So here we go. The challenge on this one was bee/wasp, mushroom, timid/bashful, swinging a weapon, lightning bolts, pen or paintbrush. So you take those prompts and you mash them together and you come up with a character that uses them in a creative way. So my one for this, when I did it on stream, was further down, isn't it? Here we go. So I came up with this character, and obviously other people posted their things in there. If you want to have a go at any of these, feel free to post them in. But this is what I came up with on it. So it was like a little wasp with mushroom kind of, sorry, a little bee with like mushroomy components. In a kind of like little bashful pose, and this is its neutral pose. But that was the kind of the character creation thing I came up with. But to try and help people keep it into the scale, we included right at the beginning of the challenge, I think, in a pinned comment. There you go. That link there. That link is the link to my. Oops. It's a link to this model. So this is my 32mm base mesh. So it's pre-scaled. It comes with the. I'll say it's a crap head, but it's one I use as a benchmark, as a starting point. More for like locating the different facial elements and stuff. But start with that. The body's got a little bit of musculature sculpted in. It's got a set of the IMM hands already in there for you to use, and it comes with the base and the ruler. So it's all pre-scaled to 32mm. So if you want to just go and hop into that challenge, go to the challenge rules post there, right at the very top of the thread, and you can just download it from the OneDrive link, and then yeah, use it all you like then. And if you fancy having a go at the challenge, then you feel free. But yeah, say if you're trying to recreate the wheel and everything else, you just use the one I've done and get stuck in. Okay, so we're going to go back to Ascendia Mail. I'm going to take the posed one here, I've done him already. We're going to rename him to Brown. Ascendia Mail to Brown. Okay, hide the other one, hide the ruler. Okay, so we're just going to get stuck into the designing work on this guy. So first thing, trousers I'm going to keep. Boots, let's put the thingies on. Let's auto group it all. Right, so boots I foolishly didn't separate the cuff on. So I'm going to use this now. I'm just going to take the top off. Blend in some of the elements, because he's got soles on his shoes. You can see his heel on them, but we don't want to have the like the armour plates on it like the other guy's got. It looks like it's just a plain leather boots with a fur trim on it. Okay, so let's scrub this in. This guy's a bit chunkier than the other guy, so I'm going to have to like tub him up a little bit, I think, to try and make it work. Hey, no worries, mate. I mean, I don't know if you're if you do your Patreons and stuff like that, but if you've got the spare funds, if you want to sign up as a Patreon subscriber, we've got access to my component library for you. Let me show you what's in it. So yeah, so Patreon subscribers get access to this library. I think you've got to be a gold subscriber to get it, but it's like £6.50 a month or something like that. And I add to it all the time. So as I create new stuff, I just chuck it into here. So we've got like accessories, you've got goggles, bags, different types of bags with themes, bear trap, bedroll with axe. We've got a cactuar from Final Fantasy, cauldron, bell, iron halo for any Space Marine enthusiasts, a magic book, a Moogle, ocarina. Come up to like anatomy, we've got like different heads and hands and stuff in here, wings as well. Animals, I've done like a crab, some birds, rats, scorpions, bats, they're all in there. Clothing and armour and stuff, there's various bits and bobs, breastplates and things. And basically what I'd encourage you to do is use them like I'm using the stuff now, as you see me doing it. So you throw it in there rather than using it exactly as is. You use it to give you a basic form, so you haven't got to faff around so much. It gives you something to like work off. Then we've got, for the Kingsguard, there's some modular bits. Some new additions I added in March 2023, but I forgot to add them into the rest of the things. So there's masks and daggers and all sorts of bits and bobs in there. Some May additions, dual daggers and scimitars and spears and helmets. Miscellaneous random stuff like packs of meat, chef's hats, shells, leaves, etc. Modular components, I did a load of modular heads and hands and things like that a while back. And then we got straight into weapons, so you've got axes, blunt weapons, missiles, polearms, shields, staffs, swords and daggers. And within each of these there's like loads and loads and loads of different things you can use. And again, I'd suggest using them as a starting point rather than like copying them and just cloning them and just using them as is. But obviously you can have a little look and see how they're made. I'll show you things like weapons and stuff on stream at some point anyway, so whatever you want to know about in terms of like, you know, physical, technical, how to do X, Y and Z, sling them into the Discord server and I'll address them on streams at some point. So yeah, so these ones now, the boots, leave them like that for now. Let's add some creases in there. Awesome. Okay, so there's his boots, his trousers. I'm just gonna drag them a little bit to make them a little bit baggier, a bit bigger. This bag is a lot smaller on him. We don't have the man bag strap. The shirt is going to be just smooth front. We don't have the extra bits at the bottom, but that's not a problem. Slice that off there. Oh, the oil cracks brush, I love it, man. Yeah, the oil cracks brush is like one of my favourite brushes. I mean, it is just so versatile. I mean, I used to use damn standard until I found oil cracks, and I've never gone back since. Right. So we've got belts. We're going to add a new belt. Take a cylinder, squash it down, divide it a couple of times. I'm not going to bother doing what I said about earlier about like smoothing at the sharpening up the edges. I'm going to shrink it down to it's about the size I want it to be. So we're going to go there with that. Okay, I'm going to duplicate it. I'm going to come up here. We're going to do. He's got a kind of a bit of armour around his neck, which is held on with this belt here. So I'm going to do that. I'm just going to duplicate it. Sorry, mirror and weld it, and then the area around his neck. Extract that. Right, now whenever I do an extraction like this, highlight the internal thing, so I'm selecting it, or deselecting it rather, delete it and then close holes, and that's going to give me a solid thing to work with. That helps to make sure that we don't end up with any like crappy internal geometry that we don't want. In fact, I can inflate this, I think, and then yeah, that should do the job. Inflate it, polish it, dynamesh it, and then I'm just gonna come through and just sharpen up all of the edges on the top and the sides. I'm paying careful attention here to the profile I'm trying to achieve. Oh yeah, really sorry, I don't read Russian. 3D something. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so let's just scrub it in. I've got an anomaly over that side which I don't want, so I'm just going to mirror it and mirror and weld. That sorts us back out where we started. Okay, the fur collar can come off. We'll get rid. This new collar, I'm going to raise it up because it's going to be sitting on top of a fur collar. What I'll do is I'll give him a slightly longer neck. Right, now I'm going to take his body, I'm going to pull his shoulders out and make his shoulders a bit broader. I'm going to take his stomach and bring it forward a bit, make him a bit tubbier, just to change his body shape. head. I'm just going to come in. I'm going to. We've got to reprofile his nose, change his eyebrows, change the shape of his eyes a bit as well. He's almost like a tall dwarf, this guy is. Now, I'm not going to worry too much about the beard here because he has got a beard, but it's a massive, great big beard. So normally I'd scrub the beard out and we'd start again, but because this other guy's also got a massive, great big, massive facial hair, we're good. What I will do is I feel like his hairline's a bit further back, so I'm just going to drop it back a touch. So we'll sculpt this out. One of the things it's good practice to do is to get used to not using the undo brush too much. Like if you screw up something and you want to change it, then get used to like sculpting the errors out and reworking them. Because ZBrush is going to crash on your loads, you're going to get plenty of opportunity to redo bits of work. And it's best that you don't get too attached to anything to the point where you're quite happy to just like scrub it all out and start again. It does a bit actually. I mean, I'm going for Gimli. That's the look we're after. So this is the face I'm aiming at. So it looks like a young Gimli. But yeah, you're right. There is a vibe of Tywin about him, isn't there? I mean, by the time I've made his beard bigger and like made his hair longer and stuff, I don't think we're going to worry too much about a Tywin likeness, but. Centre parting on him. I never do centre partings on models, you know. And I've only just realised it now doing it. An element of childhood trauma about him or something like that, like having a centre parting on the school photo day when I was a kid or something like that. Right, now see we've got Sculptress Pro mode turned on. Like I can just keep doing this and the geometry is just going to keep adding to it, so I don't have to worry about having like dynameshing it or anything else. As long as I don't exceed the maximum poly count for it, I'm okay. And the other thing I say as well is work rough and dirty like I am, and then refine it. So rather than spending ages trying to kind of what's the word? Rather than spending ages trying to get everything polished up and kind of like neat before you move on to the next bit, just get your forms in, get them in, keep it rough, and then get yourself back in there later to clean it up and eyebrows are a bit too extreme, I think. Much better. Actually, do you know what? I screwed up there because the hairline actually isn't as high as I thought it was. I also should have kept the hair as a separate tool, I think, a separate sub-tool. Yeah, like I say, he's not actually a dwarf. He looks like quite a tall character, but he's got that dwarf vibe going on. Do you know what I mean? Like, everything about him feels like a dwarf, apart from his height. He's just a tall dwarf. Somebody in the garden's going, "What? What?" And I feel like it's in response to my suggestion of a tall dwarf. No, it's not. Quick save. Right, let's get the fur around his neck. We'll add, append a sphere. I'll shrink this down. Let's get symmetry on. Let's drag it out, bring it to shape. What I'm doing here as well, just in case you're interested, I'm using the move brush, but I'm holding the Alt key, and what it does is it pushes it in and pulls it out directly on a tangent to the model surface. So it uses like the normals to determine which way to move, so it stops you kind of doing all of this kind of business and making your, you know, belt like all wobbly or whatever. So if I just want to trim it up to the size of the model, hold Alt, I'm just tapping move in and out. It keeps the proportions of the belt, keeps the shape. It just helps me to close it in and get it closer fitting. And by using a cylinder like this as well, you don't have to worry about the what do you call it, like a gap between the belt and the rest of the body. Okay. So, what's next? Right, so for this bit here, right, so we've got a got like a shoulder bit on a leather shoulder bit. course, you can do this in loads of different ways. The way I'm doing it is favouring speed. Speed and efficiency. For me at least. I realise what works for me and may not work for everybody else, because my sculpting style and technique was kind of originated using putty and clay. And then I've adapted it over the years to work in digital medium. Well, Pedro, you were saying about the stitches on your model earlier. So I've got some real small stitching coming up on here, but I'm not going to do it as small as it is in the image because of the reasons we said earlier about it kind of actually wanting to show up. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to outline this, so we've got a form to work with. I'm going to go to the clay build-up brush. I'm going to zoom in, so I've got it quite small. I want to sharpen up these edges, so I'm going to just run my what do we call it over them? Smoothing with Sculptress Pro mode activated. This gives me a smoother mesh. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to sculpt the stitches, but I want them to be quite fat and chunky. Right, now using all cracks. Turn off lazy mouse, keep the brush size small. I'm just going to go around the end of each of these, so it looks like it's going into a hole. I'm just going to do the same here. And the same here. Okay, so there we have some leather armour. Let's just put lazy mouse back on for this bit and re-go over these. So there you go, stitching, but not too obvious. Right guys, give me a minute, I'm just going to have to put you on a BRB again. The sister-in-law's back with the dog, so 2 seconds and I'll be back with you. Okay guys, right, I'm back now. That was a longer break than I was expecting. Okay, pop you back on. Let's crack on. Okay, so a little bit more trim work. I'm not going to really see much of this behind the beard, so I'm not going to worry too much about it. What fur? Let's do some. Let's turn symmetry off for this bit. Now the fur's really neat on the illustration, but that's not going to make for a very interesting model, so I'm going to have to rough it up a bit. So start at the lowest layer, rough in some strokes. I'm probably going to want to bring that out a touch more, I think. And again, you can do this symmetrically, but I always find with the minute you start doing symmetry on it, it starts looking a bit not right. Okay, so I'm going to use snake hooks then. I'm going to take some of these strands. Pull them. You don't want to do every single strand. And you don't want to do every strand in the same direction or to the same extent, so smaller and lesser pulls in some areas, bigger pulls in others, clusters of them, single ones, mix it up a bit. You want it to look organic, you need it to be a little bit more random. Okay, now I'm going to go in with orb cracks. I'm going to reduce the draw size, keep the intensity around about 30 mark. I'm just going to follow some of the strands, bigger strands than that. Stop that, Mabel. I don't want to just follow them, I'm going to change directions and wave my way through them. back, same again. And all I'm doing is just filling in the areas, and what you've got to be careful of doing this is do not get any crossover strands. You can have them weaving in and out of each other, but you don't want the strands to actually cross over. Okay, so fur's done. Now his beard's still not done, but let's just do a quick save. His beard's not done, but it's as done as I need it to be for now. I'll sculpt the rest of it in when I've posed him. Oops. So the upper body then, I can lose this vest. Right, see, I've got lag going on here now. So at 2.5 million polys, it's still doing the Sculptress Pro mode, but we're getting lack of responsiveness. It's pressures all over the place. And it's quite difficult to get it to work how I want it to. But if I highlight just that, I can get it all back to normal. refresh that. So we're going to get into the stitching around here, same as we did on the other one. Guys, we're showing a few people watching. If you're online and you're engaging on the stream, feel free to pop a hello in the comments, or tell us who you are and what you're up to. It was nice for a bit of conversation when we break up all the work, because otherwise what tends to happen is I tend to get engrossed in it. And I forget to talk, and then it's a little less engaging and entertaining. Right, so I'm going to just do a little trim around the outside now. So this bit with symmetry, the next bit's going to be done without symmetry. Right, I want a decent sized brush size, but I'm going to do it with I want it to have the padded look. So what I'm going to try to do, I'm just going to try and maintain the same distance all the way up. I'm going off a little bit now. It's quite difficult because it's not obviously a uniform shape I'm going round. Actually, I just realised I can do it symmetrically anyway. Because the strands are going to cross over. Feels much easier. I don't know what I did wrong last time. I think I took the angle too shallow. Okay, so we've got a bunch of little pockets around his waist. We've got this belt here. Right. See a little man coming down the garden. Come say hello. Mabel, Jacob's here. So I'm not quite sure what's supposed to be going on here around the belt. I think it looks like there's multiple belts, but I haven't really got room to sculpt them all. So I'm just going to go for just one belt. Right, I'm going to do a super quick pouch. Quick save. I'm going to take a cube. On its side, we're just going to thin it out so it's more of a rectangle. Put some geometry in there. Dynamesh. Trim dynamic. We're going to put symmetry on X axis. And I'm just going to run down the edges. I'm going to run across the bottom there. Take the back off. Same for the top. On the top front, I'm going to take a little bit more off. Just like that. We're going to run it across the bottom there. I just want to smooth these transitions out, so I'm just going to use the smoothing tool. Run around. And then on the front, I'm just going to mask off an area like that. Actually. Okay. Sharpen it, invert the mask, and then I'm just going to use the move brush just to create a lip. Polish the top just to and I'm going to use the all cracks brush just to carve in the side, just here like that, around into the lid. Is it a lid? The lid flap. I'm going to come to the front. I'm going to put a couple of little holes in the bag. Put one little button in the middle. Oops. Just going to run that around the edge. Trim off the back edge just so it rolls back at the okay. Okay, so there we go. Nice, quick, easy, simple pouch. Was that about 20 seconds, 30 seconds? Give or take. There you go, 3 small pouches on a belt. I think apart from a couple of furry bits, I think he's almost done. Delete hidden mirror. Oh, no. Delete hidden mirror and weld. I need to put fur around the cuff and fur around his boot, and then I'm going to call him finished. So we're going to go for insert sphere. Okay, and on this one again, and just do that kind of thing all the way around. Probably just 2 rows of fur, I think. More than enough. Right, pull the snake hooks. Now we're going to go to orb cracks, bump the size and bump the intensity up, about 30. that's a new one. Okay, so I'm just doing his bit. Oops. Just making his beard a little bit curlier. Okay guys, and there we have number 4 of the Ascendia minis finished. Just got to pose him. Okay, so let's get all the bits merged together now that I need. Okay, right, let's auto group him. Then we'll duplicate. Okay, and then we're going to put the base on. Quick save. And then we pose. Okay, so pose wise, we'll turn his head to the left. Do that last one. Let's split the mask stuff. Just going to inflate the hand so it's a bit chunkier, a bit more brutish. And then group it. Now group it. Reinforce his knuckles. Let's inflate these, chunk him up again. we go. Pretty happy with that. Do a little nudge here just to get the bag to sit right. And again now. And then over here I'm just going to do a little bit of pulling and pushing.